please bring all your booster lamb showers to the show ring. All your booster lamb showers to the show ring.
Well, good morning, Artesia. It's really a beautiful morning to be here in Eddy County. Honor and privilege to be asked to come back year two here. I know last year was a blast to get to come work with the young men and women out here in the ring, and really looking forward to today. I think we're all very lucky and fortunate to be able to have a stock show today, so please keep that in mind. And these people that are running this show that's got this thing put together for you kiddos, just be sure and you tell them thank you throughout the day, because as crazy as this world is right now, I think we're all to be blessed just to have a stock show. So just keep that in the back of your mind today. And like I said, really look forward to the morning working through the sheep, and later this evening working through the goats. Commend this young lady for bringing her breeding stock out here this morning right off the bat. We see a really high quality ewe lamb out here, one that she's really stout from the ground up. She's big boned, she's big footed, she's stout in her bone work, and I appreciate that about her. I told the young lady if we want to change some things about her, I'd like to see her a little more feminine, more athletic in the upper 1/3 of her body. Her too, when we get her set in motion, you might want to just level her out of her pins and dock area right there, but man, she's bringing an awful stout one. She's got her in really good shape. She's fitted really good, so I commend this young lady for bringing me a really good one to start the morning off with. Let's give her a round of applause for a job well done. Thank you.
Your breeding sheep champion went to Ashlyn Hayes.
Okay, let's give these kiddos a round of applause. The booster division. This is your up and coming in the future, your program, and you've got a bright program in front of you. You got these young kiddos already involved and doing a great job. Each one of them doing as best they can. You can tell that some of them put a little bit more time and effort in their project, and that's kind of what it comes down to because they all do a really good job. I wish I could give them all the first place prize, but today there's one that does just a little better job in terms of getting them set and presented. That they probably spend a little bit more time with their project. That project does really good standing there for this kiddo. So one more time, let's give your future, your program a round of applause.
Okay, we're ready to start our Market Lamb show now. We'll start with the Dorpers in 5 minutes. Our judge today is Chase McFall. He's the county agent at Reagan County, Texas. He raises fine wool and fine wool cross club lambs. He's judged shows all over the country, including the Texas State Fair, or State Fair of Texas. And for showmanship, we have Tommy Yater. Over here at ringside, and he's the extension agent in Howard County. He'll be judging showmanship today on the lambs. Now remember, folks, no social media, no handshakes, fist bumps are okay, social distance at the ringside, and if your sheep ripped his ear tag out, be sure and bring it to the ring with you.
Please bring all your Class 1 Dorpers to the show ring. All Class 1 Dorpers to the show ring. Can we get Chloe Jefferson to the show ring? Chloe Jefferson to the show ring. Attention in the sheep barn, please bring all your Class 2 Dorpers to the show ring. Class 2 Dorpers to the show ring.
Well, a really good class of Dorpers from top to bottom. We've got some down here that are just a little off in their structure for me today, maybe a little off in their overall condition. Let's shape them up. Let's give them some more topside shape, and we might compete with the ones above. One that just really hits me hard is a young lady's white-headed Weather right here. As soon as she brings him in the ring in terms of balance and structure and that athletic ability when we get them set in motion, just really hits me the hardest. And you get on the top side of his skeleton, he's got as much true shape and his muscularity running down his top line as any in class. And then you view him from the side, he balances up really, really well for me in comparison to some of the others. The speckled up black-shouldered sheep here in second's one that gives you that advantage from forerib to rear flank, one that's ultra long down his spine. I really like how level he is out of his hip and dock area. One that's got some shape and expression. I just don't see the balance in the upper one-third of his body in comparison to our Class 1er. He wants to get a little deeper and more common up there. He's not as smooth and as athletic on the move, but one, you've got to appreciate the length of body, the length of hind saddle that one offers you there. And two, here's one and three that's just chock full of muscle from front to rear, one that's as thick as any as we have in class. He's a sheep for me that gets a little rounder off both parts of his skeleton, and it really throws the balance off for me today. Really good class. Let's give these kiddos a round of applause for a job well done. Thank you.
Your first place went to Clancy Conklin, Cottonwood 4-H. Second place went to Stella Rand, Cottonwood 4-H. Third place, Chloe Jefferson, Blue Jeans and Boots. Fourth place, Dylan Lopez, Zia Sharpshooters. Fifth place, Jacelyn Lopez, Zia Sharpshooters. And sixth place, Maddie Cooksey, Loving FFA.
Well, two really good dorpers up here at the top of the class. Two really good dorpers up here at the top of the class. One that just hits me a notch harder is the young lady's weather up here in one. I tell you what, from a balance standpoint, a design standpoint, hits me as hard as any in class. One that wants to run uphill just a notch more, just a little smoother in his lines, a little smoother in his makeup. And he's not void of muscle. Is he the heaviest muscle one in class? Probably not. That's the young ladies there in second, but I think he's got enough, especially when you get on the top side of his skeleton. There's a lot of shape, a lot of expression, really fitted really good, it really handles really good. But I just think it's from an overall balance, athleticism when we get them set in motion is where her weather excels the class in my mind. Weather here in two is one that's awful stout, chock full of muscle from front to rear, the thickest sheep in the class, and it's not even close. But for me today, he's a little rounder off of both ends of his skeleton there, and it throws his balance off. He too, I'd like to see him a shot square and fuller over his loin edge. When we get set in motion, we've really got to pick that tail head up, really got to level him up. But in terms of muscularity and power, he's up there with our class winner. Here's one in three that gives you a really good look from the side. He's really long from full rib to rear flank, really long out of his spine, really long and level out of his hip. It's where you get on the top side of his skeleton, there's just not enough rack shape and tone and description down his top line in comparison to the one above. We get some sheep down here that are a little softer in their condition, a little off in their top line, get a little easy behind their shoulders. We've got to stouten them up in their feet and legs. Really good class. Let's give these kiddos a round of applause. Thank you.
Your first place went to Gracie Rand, Artesia FFA. Second place went to Aspen Hughes, Country Clovers. Third place went to Summer Crook, Artesia FFA. Fourth place went to Michaela Jefferson, Blue Jeans and Boots. Fifth place went to Olivia Jefferson, Blue Jeans and Boots. And sixth place went to Maddie Cooksey, Loving FFA. Please bring your Class 1 speckle faces to the show ring. Class 1 speckle faces to the show ring.
Well, let's give these Dorper exhibitors a round of applause. Great job. You know, back at home, it's an up-and-coming breed, and these things are changing yearly for the better. They're really getting good, and come out here, and every time I come out here, they're just getting better and better. Really good set of Dorpers out here today. Really excited to sort through them. There's two in my mind that just really hit me hard. They hit me hard in their respective classes. There's some give and take between the two. The lightweight is just super balanced, super correct, square, really dead level out of his hip and dock area. One that he might not be the thickest, but I think he's just a show sheep out here. He's dynamic in the upper 1/3 of his body. He balances really good for me from the side. When we get him set in motion, he's as good as any as we have. You know, like I said, is he the thickest out here? Probably not, but man, he's just got a show look about him, a really quality look about him, and he's got enough muscle. We got in our heavyweight class, and this one just hit me hard in terms of his overall tone and shape and expression, having as much natural thickness as anything we've seen all day, but still balancing up, still being extended in the upper 1/3 of his body. Looks good enough when we get him set in motion. It's really close in my mind. I know there's some weight differences, but there's one that hits me extremely hard in terms of his overall balance and show quality. And I'll go out and select your champion reserve, Dorper. Let's give these kids one more round of applause. Thank you.
Your champion Dorper went to Clancy Conklin out of Class 1, and your reserve went to Gracie Rand out of Class 2. Please bring your Class 2 speckles to the show ring. Your Class 2 speckles to the show ring.
Well, extremely competitive, speckle face, crossbred class, whatever y'all call it. Really good from top to bottom. There's some really quality sheep up here. Young man's ewe lamb here, no doubt. She's not the biggest one in the class. She's given up some pounds and some size. There's no doubt in my mind on that. But in terms of quality and being the best one in the class, she does it, and she does it very easily for me. One that just really grabs my attention as soon as a young man brings her in terms of quality and balance. That extra athletic look when we get them set in motion just dominates the class in those terms. You know, is he the biggest in his upper hip? Is he the biggest when you get him from behind? No, probably not, but I think she has got enough to her for as good looking, as balanced, and the quality as she is when we get her set in motion from the side. Here's 1 and 2 that I really appreciate for his terminal shape and expression. He's as creasy and as shapely as anything we have in class, and I appreciate that about him. You get in behind him, I really like how the definition of his lower portions of his leg fit in there, really good. You know, for me, I'd like to stouten him up from the ground up to help really balance him up for as much top side shape as he has. He gives you that extra added length from full rib to rear flank as well. Like I said, if you just want to handle one all day, he's probably as good as one you'll see all day in those terms. We just got to stouten him from the ground up, see him go with a little bit more athletic and fluid stride from behind in comparison to our class winner. Really stout ewe lamb here in 3, one that is big boned, big footed, one just as stout as any as we have in class. There's a lot of muscle there, there's a lot of power there. When we get her set in motion, she gets a little round off both ends of her skeleton, her spine wants to pop in her, and it really throws her balance off for me. You get her on the side, I'd like to settle that spine down, see her a little smoother out of her loin edge, but one is powerful and as thick as any as we have in class. We've got some down here that aren't just quite shaped up. We need to stouten them up. We've got one that coming out next that is as thick as any we have in class. He gets a little more common in the upper 1/3 of his body, a little deeper there at the base of his shoulder, freshen him up there in his loin edge, and we might can do some differences. Good class. Let's give these kiddos a round of applause for a job well done. Thank you.
First place went to Bryce Bain, Artesia FFA. Second place went to Aiden Cox, Brush Poppers 4-H. Third place went to Creed Hughes, Country Clovers. Fourth place went to McKenna Cox, Brush Poppers 4-H. Fifth place went to Maddie Cooksey, Loving FFA. And sixth went to Jack Jerva, Country Clovers.
Well, as we progress in weight and size here, young lady's weather just, he just outmasses and outpowers everything in class. You get on the top side of him, he's just a monster up there. I don't know if you can see it from out there, but when they get done, you need to put your hands on him. He is big and massive coming out of his rack. And what he does is he progressively widens down that top line to a big old flat square loin edge. You get in from behind him. His pin bones are up and out where they're supposed to be. He's got that shape and expression that bulge to the outer portion of his leg. He's wide from stifle to stifle. He's stout from the ground up. Just a massive, massive sheep. When we get him set in motion, I'd really like to clean him up in the upper one-third of his body, kind of clean him up there at the base of his shoulder. But when we're getting that big and that massive, I think he's acceptable there. Really good and fresh to the touch as well. One that I just think just outpowers and outmasses everything we have out here today. Here's a sheep that really balances up really good for me from the side. He's as balanced and correct in his lines as any as we have in class. And you get on the top side of him, he's got a big old square rack in him too. It's where from his last rib back, he just plays out too much in comparison to the class winner. You'd like to see him a little square there in his loin edge, kind of flatten that top line out to help smoothing him out there. When you get in behind him, when we get him set in motion, we've got to see some more to him, see him go a little bit more width from hip to hock right there. But when you get to study him from the side, he balances up really, really good. I like that sheep there in second. We get a sheep here in third, one that really stout and square down his top line, one that I think there's some muscle, there's some width up there. I'd like to tone him up just a little bit, see a little bit more shape and expression in him, peel a little bit of that condition off to help tone him up some. He too, when we get him set in motion, I'd like to see him go a little more athletic, a little square for me. One that's coming out next has got a really good touch about him, shapely. He gets in a little, when you get in behind him, gets in a little on his hocks when we get him set in motion. Really like to stouten him from the ground up. A Dorset appearing sheep coming in next is one that's really tall at the point of his shoulders, one that's really elevated in his chest floor. We get in behind him. There's just not enough sheep there for me today, but a really good presented sheep there coming out next. Speckledy sheep coming out next, one that I really appreciate the length of body. He gives you a really long spine. We've got to stouten him up from the ground up, give him a shot more muscularity to compete with the ones above. Good class, guys. Let's give them a round of applause for a job well done.
Your first place went to Aspen Hughes Country Clovers. Second went to Kyla Hughes Country Clovers. Third went to Aiden Cox Brush Croppers 4-H. Fourth went to Addison Fulmart Artesia FFA. Fifth place went to Dylan Lopez Zia Sharpshooters. And sixth went to Colton Sandman Cottonwood 4-H. No. Can you please bring all your Class 1 black faces to the show ring? Class 1 black faces to the show ring.
Well, let's give our crossbred or speckle face exhibitors a round of applause. Outstanding set. They came in all different shapes and sizes and weights, but the quality from top to bottom was as good as we've seen so far today, and really proud of these kiddos. They've done a really good job to get them to this point. I'll just kind of tell you what I saw in class. You know, our ewe lamb that wins the lightweight one, I'm sure as everybody can see from ringside, she's as fancy as we have walked through here today in terms of show quality, that athletic look, just a really balance from the side. She plants those feet and legs where they're supposed to hit, in my opinion. She's given up tons of weight, and, you know, when I got called, they didn't tell me to get the biggest one in the barn. They just wanted me to get the best one, and, you know, she's sure in consideration. She's really built good. Like I said, she's sound. She's athletic. Like anybody else, I'd like to see a shot more to her, you know, because she's given up so much, and she gives up a little bit of muscle, too, so... But, boy, she's built as good as any crossbred speckle-faced sheep could probably be built. We get in our heavyweight division, and like I said in class, this young lady's weather is just a monster. To be that big and that stout, that sheep still got a good look about him from the side, still athletic enough for me. Yeah, there's times that you sure would like to pick that chest floor up and smooth him up there at the base of his shoulder to help make this thing a little easier. But, man, it's just hard to get over how monster back he is, how fresh, how toned he is, just dynamic coming out of his rack, ties in so smooth down his top line and that hip-loin junction. Like I said, I think from the side he's good enough. I would like to change him in those areas I said. So it's really close. I like them both a whole lot. I'll go out and select your champion and reserve. The second place ones were good in their own rights. There's just some minor things that I'd like to change about them I talked about in class. Let's give these speckle-faced exhibitors a round of applause for a great job. Thank you.
Your champion speckle went to Aspen Hughes out of Class 2, and your reserve went to Bryce Bain out of Class 1. Please bring all your Class 2 black faces to the show ring. Class 2 black faces to the show ring.
Well, what a really good way to start the medium wool division here. Really, really high quality. There's three of them out here. They're different types and kind, but I think they're the three best. A different judge, a different day. If you want to flip-flop some of these, I wouldn't disagree with you. I think they're all three really, really high quality sheep. I think the young man's weather here in one, I think when we put all the totals together, he's the one that comes to the top for me in terms of being sound and athletic when we get him set in motion. One that really excels the class in those terms. It keeps his lines together really good when we get him out there in motion. You start studying his topside shape. He's as thick and as shapely as anything we have in class, and I appreciate that about him. I think he just balances up just a notch better in comparison to the two behind him, especially when we get him set in motion. I'd probably like to fix him right there at his loin edge. He's a little green. He's a little immature. We get a little bit more days on feed. I think we could smoothen that up, and that would help make this decision a little easier. But one, I just thought in terms of balance, muscle, athleticism, he rode through the class pretty handily in my mind. Here's one and two that just kept working itself up. In terms of stoutness, one, when you want to study one from the ground up, he's right. He's big bone, he's big-footed. There's tons of shape and expression. I love the outer bulge he gives you from the side and his lower portions of his leg there. For me today, it's when we get him set in motion. He wants to run downhill a little bit, get a little plain and common at the base of his shoulder. We got to elevate him out of his chest. And he too, we've got to see him go a little sounder and truer and athletic off his rear hock. We think when we get him set in motion, if we could balance and athletic him up, it'd be a really close decision. Dark tinted ewe-lamb here in three. In terms of body shape, design, one I like when we get on the stick as good as any we've had in class. One that I think when we get him set in motion, the sheep wants to run too downhill, get a little steeper and shorter out of her hip, camp up underneath herself. I just got to see her go out and stride and be a little bit more athletic when we get her set in motion. But one from the side, I really like her body shape. I like when we get on the top side of her skeleton. She's really fresh and shapely down her top line. I just got to see her go a little more correct on her feet and legs and stride out a little bit more athletic when we get them set in motion. Here's one and four, a real hampy-looking sheep that I think better days are ahead. I think we've got a sheep here that more days on feed and more time. This is going to be an ultra-competitive sheep, kind of the outlier of the class, really exotic in his look, really neat in the upper one-third of his body, really neat there at the base of his shoulder, got big old feet and legs on him. For me today, he's just extremely too green and too raw, but a really good sheep. I like to see what he looks like down the road. We've got some sheep down here. We've got to stouten up in their bone work. We've got to give them a shot more muscle. We've got to give them a shot more power when we look in from behind. Really good class. Let's give these kiddos a round of applause for a job well done. Thank you.
First place went to Creed Hughes, Country Clovers. Second place, Austin Warden, Country Clovers. Third place, Clancy Conklin, Cottonwood 4-H. Fourth, Madeline Clark, Carlsbad FFA. Fifth, Mason McCullough, Loving 4-H. Sixth, Kinley McCullough, Loving FFA. Seventh, Jackson Kidd, Country Kids. Eighth, Cole Kincaid, Artesia FFA. Ninth, Jacelyn Lopez, Dia Sharpshooters. 10th, John Kidd, Country Clovers. bring your Class 3 black faces to the show ring? Class 3 black faces to the show ring.
Well, a really neat class. This top three is really, really good. You can flip-flop a couple of these if you want, depending on how you see them, and that's fine. I think they're the right three up here. The young man's dark-tinted weather right here is the one that really hits me hard in terms of combining the balance eye appeal and combining that with as much muscle as we can get in them and still look apart. When we get him floating around the ring, he's as good as any as we have. That one wants to run uphill. He's up and out, really extended look from the side. But when you get on the top side of him, he's as shapely and as square down his top, big old flat loin edge in him. Really love the look and the balance he gives you from the side. Just a really, really high quality one to start the class out with. We're cutting hairs here next. One that just an awful stout weather when you study him from the ground up in this class. He's as big-footed, he's as big-boned and opened up as any as we have in the class. One that's got a monster top in him. He's dead level and square out of his hip. I just think there's a notch more sheep to him when we start studying the Hampy appearing sheep there in three. One that's just a notch stouter, a notch more powerful in my mind when we're comparing those two. The Hampy appearing sheep here in three from the side, he gives you as good a look, a quality of look as any as we have in class. I just don't think there's enough sheep there for me today in comparison to the two above, but a really, really good looking, high quality sheep. I think when we get set in motion, he gets in trouble at times too. He wants to camp underneath himself, get a little shorter and steeper out of his hip as well, and it throws his balance off. Here's a stout, rugged one coming out next, as thick and as stout and as massive as we have in class. For me, gets a little rounder off of both ends of his skeleton, gets a little shorter and steeper out of his hip when we get set in motion. Weather coming out next, one that's really extending an upper one-third of his body, gives you a really good look from the side. It's when I get in behind him, there's just not enough sheep there. There's not enough power there for me. We get down the line, I think we've got some structure issues, maybe not have the top shot shape as some of the ones above, but really good competitive class. Let's give these kiddos a round of applause.
First place went to Kaylin Klein, Artesia FFA. Second place went to Lauren Henson, Artesia FFA. Third place went to Bryce Bain, Artesia FFA. Fourth place went to Stella Rand, Cottonwood 4-H. Fifth place went to Madeline Clark, Carlsbad FFA, tag 83440. Sixth place went to Jonah Pope, Country Clovers. Seventh went to Madeline Clark, tag 83441. Eighth went to Madison Mancha, Cottonwood 4-H. Ninth went to Brenna Van Soest, Country Clovers. 10th went to Bailey Dennison, Cottonwood 4-H. 11th, Ashlyn Hayes, Loving 4-H. And 12th, Peyton Putman, Country Clovers. Can we please get your first and second place blackface sheep from class 1 and 2 to the show ring? Your first and second blackfaces to the show ring.
We're getting class 3, a really good pair up here. Pair really hit me hard as soon as they came in the ring. It's really close here. You know the young man's weather here in 1 for me. He's got the right touch and shape and expression. He's a little bit more mature in his top line. He's got a little bit more crease coming out of his rack. You get in from behind, you like the definition he gives you down low. One that to be that thick and massive and stout, he still runs uphill. He's up in his chest, balances up good enough for me. You know, if I want to change him, I'd like to see him a little crisper and square right there in his loin edge. He too could be a notch bigger in his upper hip in comparison to the young ladies, whether they're in 2. But 1, I just think he's a little bit more dialed in his shape in his top line today. He's a little bit more mature and athletic and shapelier than the young ladies, whether they're in 2. young ladies, whether here in two, man, there's a lot of things I could tie into this one on. He's ultra big-footed. He's ultra big bone. You get in behind him, his pin bones are up and out where they're supposed to be. One that I think's got a really bright future ahead of him. He's a little immature in his top line for me today. He's not as shapely. He's not as creasy. He's a little plainer made down his top. I think if we give him a shot more shape, a shot more time to develop there, boy, it could be really, really challenging because I love the build, the stoutness, the pin width this one offers there in two. Sheep hair in three is one that gives you that extra added length and advantage from forerib to rear flank. One that's really long spine. One that wants to run uphill at times. He just gets a little piecey down his top line. Not as fresh, not as toned as the two above. One that I really like the look he gives you from the side. We just got to give him a shot more shape, freshen him up just a notch to be able to compete with the ones above. Sheep coming out next, one that's really up-fronted, really smooth there at the base of his shoulder, really tall there at the point of his shoulders. You just step in behind, and there's just not enough sheep here for me today in comparison to the ones above. One that's coming out next, we just got to see her whether go out a little more athletic off her rear two to be able to compete with the ones above. We get one that's a little shorter and more restricted from hip to hock there. We've got some that are just a little rounder off of both ends of their skeleton, or they might not have enough shape and expression in comparison to the ones above. Good class. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you.
First place went to Kaylin Klein, Artesia FFA. Second place went to Madeline Clark, Carlsbad FFA. Third went to Fallon Avery, Artesia FFA. Fourth went to Braden Fuentes, Artesia FFA. Fifth went to Clancy Conklin, Cottonwood 4-H. Sixth went to Alexis Benton, Artesia FFA. Seventh went to Clay Kincaid, Pennyasco 4-H. Eighth went to J.W. Niecase, Artesia FFA. Ninth went to Maylee Phillips, Country Clovers. 10th went to Catherine Heath, Country Clovers. 11th went to Jacelyn Lopez, Zia Sharpshooters. And 12th went to John King, Country Clovers.
Well, let's give these lightweight medium oil exhibitors a round of applause. Excellent set. You know, I remember the lightweight division last year was really, really competitive, and I think that the quality is up. There's some outstanding sheep out here. There are some sheep third or fourth down there that I liked as well. And, you know, like I said a few times, a different judge, a different day. There's no doubt there can be some others out here, but these are the ones I like today. Run through them real quick. I thought the lightweight one won the class. I just thought in terms of getting them out there and getting set in motion, he won that class pretty handily. And you get on the top of the side of his skeleton, I thought he was just more show ready than anything else we had in class. There's no doubt we need some time on feed with this guy and really smoothing him up right there in his hip-loin junction, and I think he's going to be really, really competitive for his prospective weight in the future. I really like the quality. I like the build of that guy. Let's just give him some more condition. Let's see a little bit more crispness right there over his loin edge, and I think we can do some different things. Dark tinted sheep coming out of your middleweight class, just so athletic when we get him set in motion. We love the profile he gives you. He wants to go up and out, got a lot of extension. To have that quality and balanced look, you get on the top side of him, he's really shapely down his top. He's as flat and as square out of his hip-loin junction as anything else we have in class. I think he's a tick green today. I think he's got his better days ahead of him, but boy, he's built awful good and still got plenty of muscle for me today. Here's the stout-legged one, the thick sheep in our drive. He's as thick as any we have from front to rear. You can see the big old square rack he's got in him. You like the bulge he gives you to the outer portions of his leg. He's stout on his feet and legs. Is he as athletic and as smooth and elegant when we get him set in motion as some of the others? Maybe not. I'd like to probably square him up in his loin edge, see him with a notch more pin width in the upper portions of his hip and dock area, but one that's just so powerful, so massive, dialed in today in terms of his shape and expression. I like that a lot about him. We get some second place sheep. We've got a stout one there in our lightweight class. It was big-footed, big bone, tons of muscle, bright future ahead of him. One coming out next, same story here. Very stout from the ground up, very shapely, very crisp. He just didn't have that dynamic look like our class winner did. We get in our heavyweight division, and there's one that really intrigues me. I think in terms of where those pin bones need to set, as good as any we have in class or in the division. Got a big old set of feet and legs on him, built right from the side. I think his better days are ahead. He's one that could be really, really good down the line if we can tone him up, shaping him up just a notch, especially coming out of his rack and his loin edge. He's going to be pretty tough to get around down the line. He's a little immature, not as toned and as script as some of the others we have, but in terms of build, he's as good as we have out here. Really, really good division out here. This is how I saw him today. Let's give these kiddos a round of applause for a job well done.
Please bring your Class 4 black faces to the show ring. Class 4 black faces to the show ring. Your champion division first black face went to Kaylin Klein, and your reserve champion division 1 black face also went to Kaylin Klein. Please bring your Class 5 black faces to the show ring. Class 5 black faces to the show ring.
A different class here. I don't know if there was one or two that just really grabbed my attention and said, hey, you need to win it, and you need to do it pretty easily. I think it's the young man's weather right here, and one that puts a little bit more of the pieces together for me in terms of being balanced, sound when we get them set in motion, one that's big in his feet and legs, one that's opened up in the center portion of his body. It just gives you a really, really good dynamic look from the side. I really like him from the side. If I want to change some things about him, I sure got to fix him right there in that hip loin hookup, square him up in them edges, maybe extend him and level him out of his hip just a notch. But one from the side, and when we get set in motion, he wins it, and he does it pretty handily in my mind. Here's a ewe lamb here in second that's just chock full of muscle from front to rear. She's as thick and as massive down her top as any as we have in class. I really like her a notch better than her class winner from her loin edge to her hip and dock area is a little smoother for me today. It's when we get her set in motion. She's not as athletic and as sound and good looking as our class winner, but one that's just chock full of muscle. Sheep here in three that just kept working itself up. One that gives you that extra added length of body from forehead to rear flank. One that wants to really run uphill, really long down his spine. It's where you get in behind him. He's just not as massive, not as stout, not as thick as the ones above. Young lady's got a stout one coming in next here in fourth, one that's just ultra stout, ultra massive. For me today, when we get her sheep set in motion, whether that just wants to run downhill a little too much for me, and we've got to see her that sheep a little better off his feet and legs to move up any higher. It's got some sheep down here that just aren't as shapely, aren't as toned and descript, maybe not as good on their feet and legs as some above. Really good class. Let's give them a round of applause for a job well done.
First place went to Bryce Bain, Artesia FFA. Second place went to Lauren Henson, Artesia FFA. Third place went to Braden Fuentes, Artesia FFA. Fourth place went to McKenna Cox, Brush Poppers 4-H. Fifth place went to Austin Warden, Country Clovers. Sixth place went to Aubrey Putman, Country Clovers. Seventh went to Gavin Wages, Loving 4-H. Eighth went to Haley Martin, Carlsbad FFA. Ninth went to J.W. Nikes, Artesia FFA. And 10th, Bailey Dennison, Cottonwood 4-H. please bring your Class 6 block faces to the show ring. Class 6 block faces to the show ring.
Yeah, once again in this class, it was pretty challenging. Not the one or two that just really said, hey, you got to get them up to the top and do it pretty quickly. But there's one in here that I thought, from a stoutness standpoint, one that's to be that stout, and that opened up. Still, he's really sound on his feet and legs in comparison to some of the others. He's shaped up right down his top line. I just think he's too massive and too stout not to go ahead and start him, and he does it in a pretty good balanced package for me. I'd like to smoothen him up down his top line. I'd like to freshen him up in his loin edge, but one that's just so stout and massive from the ground up, I thought we needed to go ahead and start there. Here's one there in two that just kept working himself up. When the young lady can get in him and get him drove, he's just chock full of muscles, anything we have in class, really toning to script down his top line, really stout on his feet and legs. he just doesn't quite balance up like our class winner, especially when we get him set in motion. One that wants to run downhill, get a little more common there at the base of his shoulder. We too need to just widen him and stretch him out of his hip there to move and compete with the one above. Whether that here in threes, one is as terminal and shapely down his top line as any we have in class. There's a big old square rack in him, one that really translates down his top line. We get him set in motion. This is where he gets in trouble. He gets in and his hocks a little bit. He wants to run downhill and get a little deeper up there in the upper 1/3 of his body, and he just doesn't quite balance up for me. Sheep coming out next, one that gives you that extra added length from forward to rear flank, one that gives you a really good look from the side. You get on the top side of his skeleton. He's a little piecey for me today, especially in his loin edge. He's got to stouten him up there, seem a little smoother, and I think we could do some differences. We get in one neck, the really thick sheep, big old square rack in him. He gets a little clumsy and goofy on his feet and legs when we get him set in motion. To match his top side skeleton, I think we've got to stouten him up in the bottom part down there to help balance him out. Here's a blue sheep coming out next that's ultra green for this class. One that gives you a really good look from the side, really good profile. We've got to give him a shot more to be able to compete with those above. A little bit more muscularity, a little bit more power we need in these down the line. We've probably got to clean them up in the upper 1/3 of our body to help balance them up. Really good class. Give them a round of applause for a job well done.
First place went to Clancy Conklin, Cottonwood 4-H. Second went to Fallon Avery, Artesia FFA. Third went to Alexis Benton, Artesia FFA. Fourth went to Stephanie Bajana, Artesia FFA. Fifth went to Madison Mancha, Cottonwood 4-H. Sixth went to Ty Martinez, Loving 4-H. Seventh went to Jack Jerva, Country Clovers. Eighth went to James King, Country Clovers. Ninth went to Haley Martin, Carlsbad FFA. 10th went to Morgan Phillip. And 11th went to Catherine Heath, Country Clovers. Please bring your first and second place black sheep from your fourth and fifth class to the show ring. Your first and second black sheep to the show ring.
Well, a good class. One that just comes out here and hits me hard as soon as a young man brings him in. Just for this class, he's just a monster. He just so opened up and so massive and blown apart down his top and out of his pin bones in comparison to everything else. Big old stout feet and legs on him. To be that thick and that massive and that powerful, he still gives you a really, really good look from the side. I like him a whole bunch. That sheep ewe lamb here in two is one that, you know, when they first come in, a sheep that catches my attention in terms of her build and design. I really like how smooth she is, how athletic she is when we get her set in motion. Is she as thick and as massive as her class winner? Absolutely not. Would I like to see her a little smoother down her top line to help just really go ahead and balance her up? Absolutely. But for me, when you're comparing second and third, she's a notch shallower in the upper one-third of her body. She's a notch smoother in her hip-loin junction. When we get them set in motion, it's not as round out of that hip as they're one in third place. A really good-looking ewe lamb there in second. Weather here in third is one that's just chock full of muscle. A real stout, thick, muscular sheep. Very terminal sheep. The sheep's dialed in terms of touch and shape and expression. For me, when we get him set in motion, just wants to get too round off of both ends of his skeleton. Really got to level him up in his hip-loin junction. Really got to level him up out of his hip and dock area. Got to smoothen him up in the upper one-third of his body. But one, just chock full of muscle, tons of shape and expression, and I like that about him. Sheep coming in next, that's ultra stout, ultra powerful, one that we just got to smoothen him up, shaping him up a little bit down his top line. We got to get him a little bigger in his pin bones in comparison to some of the others. Here's a good looking sheep next. It's just a little too immature and raw in his makeup for me today. Really got to see some more condition and days on feed before we can move him up any higher. Sheep coming out next gives you a good look from the side. We've got to open him up, stouten him up in comparison to some of the others. We were losing some shape and some condition down here, down the end of the line here, but really good stout sheep in this class. Let's give them a round of applause for a job well done.
Your first place went to Kaylin Klein, Artesia FFA. Second place went to Swayze Fulmore, Cottonwood 4-H. Third went to McKenna Cox, Brush Poppers 4-H. Fourth went to Austin Warden, Country Clovers. Fifth went to Peyton Putman, Country Clovers. Sixth went to Colton Sandman, Cottonwood 4-H. Seventh went to Gavin Wages, Loving 4-H, tag ID 83554. Eighth went to Morgan Phillips, Country Clovers. Ninth went to Gavin Wages, tag 83553. And 10th went to Maddie Cooksey, Loving FFA. Please bring your Class 7 black faces to the show ring. Class 7 black faces to the show ring.
Well, let's give our middleweight division winners a round of applause. Really good set. Just hitting on these one more time since it's been a while since we've been in class. The lightweight class, I thought one that just outpowered and outmassed everything in class. He's really sound on his feet and legs. He's really opened up in his center body, really massive and stout and square looking sheep that gives you a good profile from the side. One that, if we want to change some things, I'd like to just fix him right there in his hip loin hook up if we're being awful critical. But one that stout, that good looking, I thought won the class really easy. Lamb there in second was just chock full of muscle from front to rear. Probably a notch smoother in her hip loin junction, one that just doesn't give me that dynamic athletic look as we have in our class winner. We get in our middleweight class, and it was real challenging. Opted to go with one, the young lady's weather here that was just stout from the ground up, really big-legged, big-footed, one that's opened up, got some mass. I'd like to shape him up just a notch, freshen him up just a notch, but one that's just so stout and powerful, needed to win it. One that there in second gave you a really good look from the side. One that's giving the young lady fits, but she's hanging in there. One that's really ultra long body from forward to rear flank, got some shape and expression. We just didn't see that athletic look and that balanced look when we got them set in motion. We rolled in the heavyweight division, and there was just a beast in there, one that just won that deal, and it won it really, really easy in my mind as soon as he came in the ring, and then you get your hands on him. Really just made it that much easier for me to be that thick and that powerful and massive. He gives you a really, really quality look from the side. He's my kind of sheep. One ewe lamb there in second, one that really balances, really looks good from the side, really up in her chest floor, really good and level out of her hip and dock there. Just wasn't the mass and power as our class winner. Really good division. Let's give these kiddos a round of applause. Thank you.
Your Division II champion went to Kaylin Klein out of Class 3, and reserve went to Bryce Bain out of Class 4. Kaylin Klein was in Class 6.
Can we get all of Class 8 blackface to the show ring, please? All of Class 8 blackface.
Really good class, a really challenging class. I like things about each one. If I could take bits and pieces off each one of these top two, I think we'd have a really, really good sheep because there's things about each one I really like. Young Man's Weather here in one, he's the ultra extended, elevated sheep, one that gives you a really dynamic look from the side. He's really tall at the point of his shoulders. His chest is up in him where it's supposed to be in relation to his rear flank, one that just touches with tone and description, just real square and flat down his top line, real square in his loin edge. You get in behind him, he's really busted open back there. You know, in comparison to the Young Man sheep there in second, I sure would like to stouten him up from the ground up, maybe see him a little bigger footed, a little bigger bone in comparison to the Young Man's there in second. Maybe just open him up in his center body would sure help him out. But he just really gives you a dynamic look from the side. But it was when I got on the top side of his skeleton is where he beat the Young Man in second. Young Man in second's awful stout. When he came in, he really hit me hard. He's really good on his feet and legs, really stout and powerful sheep. I think he's getting a little past his prime in terms of his touch and shape and description. I'd really like to freshen him up in his loin edge. I really like to see him have a notch more shape and expression running down his top line in comparison to our class winner. But boy, you got to appreciate the stoutness he offers you. Really woolly looking kind of sheep, stout, hampy appearing sheep I like a lot there too. Let's just shaping him up. Sheep Aaron 3 is one that gives you that extra added length from forehead to rear flank, one that's ultra long down his spine, really level down his spine. You get in behind him, he gives up a little on his pin width in comparison to the two above. He might not give you the power and shape that we have from the two above when you get in behind that sheep, but one, I really like the profile. Let's just see him a little bigger in his tail head, a little bigger in his hip and dock area. Load him up with a little bit more power from behind, and we might can move him up a spot. Sheep coming out next is one that really stout from the ground up, one that balances really good from the side, just gives up too much width and dimension from behind in comparison to the one above. We're getting some sheep that are getting a little too off on their feet and legs, don't have the shape and expression as some of the others do in front. Let's give them a round of applause for a job well done.
First place went to Braden Fuentes, Artesia FFA. Second went to Aiden Cox, Brush Poppers 4-H. Third, McKenna Cox, Brush Poppers 4-H. Fourth, Swayze Fulmar, Cottonwood 4-H, tag 81953. Fifth went to Trevor Pope, Country Clovers, tag 83580. Sixth went to Swayze Fulmar, tag 81952. Seventh went to Aubrey Putman, Country Clovers. Eighth went to Kelly Jerva, Country Clovers. Ninth went to Austin Warden, tag 83451. 10th went to Trevor Pope, tag 83581. And 11th went to Cole Kincaid, Artesia FFA. please bring your Class 9 black faces to the show ring. Class 9 black faces to the show ring.
Well, that was a pretty fun class, really interesting. They came out kind of in all different shapes and sizes and different condition. I think some in here are built good, but maybe a little past their prime. We're progressing up there in weight and size, so we're still trying to get. They've got plenty of muscle. We're just trying to balance them up as good as we can and still keep them toned and fresh. The white pelted, hampy-looking sheep here in one. He really hits me hard in terms of his design and makeup. We get him set in motion. He's as good as any as we have. Just got a really, really good look to him. I would like to shaping him up just a notch in comparison to the young ladies there in second, but one just gives you a really, really good look. There's not a whole lot of rocks you can throw at him besides let's just shape him and tone him up just a notch in comparison to some of the others in the class. But a sheep that just really intrigues me when we get him floating around the ring, we get him propped, and he wants to drive every now and then for that young lady, and he looks really, really good when you get that look at him. But when you get in behind, he's got as much power and width in his hip and the bottom part of his leg down there as any in class. A sheep here in two that's real intriguing. I think his better days are ahead of him. He's a little green and immature. He's probably the most immature we have up here in the top end. One that when we get him running around the ring, he really wants to run uphill. One that you get on the top side of his skeleton, he's got as big a rack as I put my hands on today. That thing is massive and shapely and square. It's just from his last rib back, he plays out too much for me. He gets a little shelly and immature in his loin edge. He gets a little pinched up there in his dock hip region. I'd like to blow him up out there and give him a shot more from behind to be able to compete with their class winner. And he too, when we get him set in motion, you get in behind him, he wants to get a little goofy from hip to hock back there. But one, you just look at the upper 1/3 of him and watch him walk around, and you look at his rack shape, he really intrigues you a whole lot. Sheep here in three, when we prop them up, this is as good a one as we have in class. I really like the build. I like the design. I think he's a sheep for me that's a little past his prime. He's not very fresh for me today. He's not very shapely. I really got to fix him in his loin edge. He gets a really shelly and kind of plays out back there. Just not a whole lot of shape and expression in this sheep, but he's built so good and designed so well, I thought he needed to be up in the top three. We get a sheep coming out next that's ultra stout from the ground up, one that's powerful and thick. He just plays out in the upper 1/3 of his body, gets a little deeper in the upper 1/3 of his body, gets a little more common there at the base of his shoulder. Got to give him a shot more shape too for me today. Here's a real shapely one coming out next, big old square rack in that guy. One that I think gets a little rounder off both ends of his skeleton there, gets a little more common there at the base of his shoulder, gets a little shorter and steeper coming out of his hip-loin junction there. You got to stout him up in his bone work. There's a real rugged one coming out next, big-footed, big-bone, one that's a little plainer in his shape, got a little more condition. We've got some down the line, looks how to shape them up, peel a little bit of that condition off to move them up any higher. Really good class. It's pretty intriguing to sort the top end.
First place went to Stephanie Bejarano, Artesia FFA. Second went to Alexis Benton, Artesia FFA. Third went to Creed Hughes, Country Clovers, tag 83567. Fourth went to Creed Hughes, tag 83565. Fifth went to Aspen Hughes, Country Clovers. Sixth went to Addison Fulmar, Artesia FFA. Seventh went to Braden Hughes, Country Clovers. Eighth went to Swayze Fulmar, Cottonwood 4-H. Ninth went to Fallon Avery, Artesia FFA. 10th went to Morgan Phillips, Country Clovers. 11th went to Clay Kincaid, Pennyasco 4-H. And 12th went to Maylee Phillips, Country Clovers. Please bring your first and second place black sheep from class 7 and 8. Your first and second black sheep from class 7 and 8.
Well, as we progress up there in weight and size, we're probably getting into some condition and maturity issues, but I think the one that we go ahead and start with is probably the most ideal in his tone and his condition. Still looks smooth enough, still looks athletic enough for we're getting up there and some pretty big sheep up here for this time of year, but I think he still looks apart for how he is up there in weight and stuff. He's still tone and descript. Got a big old rack in him, huge rack in him. One that just really like to get your hands on in this class. Really tone and descript down his top line. Really shapely from behind. You know, when we get him set in motion, I sure would like to elevate him up in his chest floor, smoothing him up there at the base of his shoulder just to give him a little bit more eye appeal. But one that's just toe-tone, too descript, not to go ahead and start. Here is a sheep in second that's really eye-appealing, really tone and descript, one that gives you a really good look from the side. I like when we get him set in motion. For me today, he just doesn't have enough to him in comparison to our class winner. A blue sheep in third, one that there's times that you really like this sheep. He's as smooth and as athletic as any as we have. He gets a little rougher down his top line, gets a little easier right there behind his shoulders at times. one that you step in behind him, he's just giving up too much power and product in comparison to the ones above, but one that gives you a really good show look from the side. Here's one that's really ultra tall at the point of the shoulders there, really smooth looking from the side. I just got to open him up there in the center body there, give him a notch more flank to help kind of balance him out. Gets a little deeper in the upper one-third of his body in comparison to rear flank, but one that I think that gives you a good enough look from the side to get up there. Here's a big stout sheep that's 1, 2, 3, 4, one that's really big bone, really big footed. He's getting a little too overdone for me. He's getting just too much out there at his point of his shoulders, a little plainer and descript down his top, one that's just a little too overdone for me. I think a couple of weeks ago he'd have been a little more dialed in. We got one coming out next. It's just too ultra green, too raw and immature to move them up any higher. Good class. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you.
First place went to Kaylin Klein, Artesia FFA. Second went to Addison Fulmar, Artesia FFA, tag 81955. Third went to Addison Fulmar, tag 81951. Fourth went to Gracie Rand, Artesia FFA. Fifth went to Aspen Hughes, Country Clovers. Sixth went to Ty Martinez, Loving 4-H. Seventh went to Reagan Van Soos, Country Clovers. Eighth went to Bailey Dennison, Cottonwood 4-H. Ninth went to J.W. Niecase, Artesia FFA. 10th went to Kelly Jerva, Country Clovers. And 11th went to Dylan Wright, Cottonwood 4-H. Can we please get all your grand and reserve champion sheep to the show ring? All your grand. and reserve championship to the show ring.
Let's give our heavyweight exhibitors a round of applause. You know, I don't know if it was the division quite like the two before. Some of the classes, it was pretty challenging. I don't know if there was that one or two that just when they came in really hit me hard. But it was fun to sort through them. There were some differences in there. I realized we're getting up there in weight and maturity, and it's hard to keep them athletic in their front end and still be toned into script for how big and stout we're getting these things. But y'all are doing a really good job, and y'all did a really good set of heavyweight sheep out here. We got our lightweight one. He probably touches as good as anything we have out here. He's real square down his top line. He's real square and full out of his loin edge. Really like to touch to him. Like to stouten him up from the ground up. Like to lengthen him and level him out of his hip a notch. One just really like the handle quality. The young man's here in second was an ultra stout one. He's a big fuzzy-legged sheep that was stout, like him set in motion. We've got to tone him up a little bit. I think if we tone him up, shaping him up, there could have been a really, really close decision there. We get in our middleweight class, and this was a pretty fun class to sort. There wasn't that one or two that just jumped out there. I thought this pair, when we get them set in motion, were the best two in class. I really like bits and pieces of each one of these. One that the white pelted sheep over there is one that's got some intriguing things about him, some things that I'd like to change about him as well, and I think he could win this thing pretty easily because he is big hip, he's big ended. You get him set in motion, he relaxes that spine a little better. I like him probably set in motion a little better than I do on the stick. He's wanting to fight the young lady at times, but there's a lot of sheep there in a balanced package in my mind. The sheep there in second was really terminal, really creasy, one of the biggest rack sheep I put my hands on all day. He's a little immature from his last rib back. I'd like to see him a little fresher and square in that loin edge. I'd like to see a little bit more to him from behind. He too, when we get set in motion, we've got to see him go a little truer off his rear hocks. But one really dynamic in the upper one-third of his body, one that's loved the rack shape in that sheep right there. They get in our heavyweight class, and there was one that was just a massive, massive sheep, one that just outmassed and outpowered everything. And we talked about for how massive and powerful he is, he still had a good enough look from the side. I'd probably like to clean him up there at the base of his shoulder. I'd like to see him go uphill a notch more, but he's acceptable enough for me for how massive and powerful he is. A sheep here in second's one that's built really good, just didn't have enough to him in comparison to the young man that won that class. That's how I see this heavyweight division. Let's give them a round of applause for a job well done.
Your Division III champion went to Kaylin Klein out of Class 9, and your reserve went to Stephanie Bejarano out of Class 8. We would like to thank the sponsors of our buckles this year. Your grand champion Market Land buckle was sponsored by Chris and Greg Williamson, and your reserve champion lamb buckle was donated by Andrea and Warren Pettit. So please give them a big round of applause.
Well, let's give these kiddos a round of applause that made it back out here. Great set of sheep. These kids that didn't make it back out, hold your heads up. I think there's some sheep that down the line that if we have some shows later that will be ultra competitive. It's just the sheep that hit me hard today are the ones that are out here. Like I said earlier, last year was a blast. The quality here was as good of any county fair that I'd been to all year, and this year just amplified it, and the quality was that much better in my opinion. Great set of sheep, better set of kiddos. Like I said earlier, kids, when you see these people that are running the show and the volunteers and the ring work, tell them thank you, because it was a lot of hard work to get this show put together and get these sheep shown for you kids. So it was a great day to show sheep. We're very lucky in today's time to get to show these sheep, so don't take this for granted. Really good set of sheep out here, really good set of kiddos, and I appreciate the opportunity to get to become asked back to judge the lambs again this year. We started off with the Dorpers, a really a good division here. I thought the white-headed one was just so balanced and correct for that breed. Wasn't the thickest one in the barn, but one that really balanced up really good for me. The reserve probably had a shot more shape and expression and muscularity, just didn't quite balance up like the one that won it. Our crossbred or speckled division, I guess y'all call them here, good pair. One that was just really to be that big and that stout, is still very youthful, very fresh, very tone and descript. He's got as big a top as any out here today. We talked about, you might want to just see him neater there at the base of his shoulder, maybe clean him up there in his chest floor, but one that to be that powerful and that stout, I thought still held himself together pretty well. The ewe lamb in that division was a really good show-looking sheep, really high quality, one that she plants her feet and legs right, gives you a dynamic look from the side. Just a sheep for me today, just giving it up extremely too much weight and power. We get in our lightweight division, medium wool, probably the deepest division in terms of classes we had in there. The blue sheep there was just so dynamic in his build, so athletic when we get him set in motion. I love the design, love the makeup of him. He's got enough power. He's not the thickest in the barn, but I think he's got enough for how good built he is. I think his better days are ahead of him too. I see that sheep really filling out and looking really good later in the fall and spring, but one that really gives you a dynamic look from the side when you get your hands on him, really shaped up right, really square and shapely out of his loin and hip right there. The sheep there that was in reserve in that division, ultra stout, big-footed, stout sheep for that division. A little plainer in his makeup when you're comparing the two, a little more common there at the base of his shoulder, one that just like to clean him up and balance him up a little in the upper one-third of his body there. One, you get him from behind, you'd think he'd be a notch bigger in his pin bones and tail head for how thick and stout he is. That's where I'd like to change him as well. But love the muscularity, love the stoutness there in him. Middle division, really good pair here. One that wins it, he does it. That's my kind. I mean, he's thick, he's muscular, he's athletic when we set in motion, he's tone and descript down his top line. He's dialed in today, just balances up. He's the combination of the whole bunch in terms of balance, athletic look, and combining that with as much muscle and power as we can get one. I think he does a really good job of that. We getting one there in reserve in that division, really stout, really opened up, big in his center rib there, as big caged as we have out here, one that's awful stout and massive. I'd like to clean him up right there in his loin edge. He gets a little goofy for me right there in his loin edge. I'd like to stretch him and lengthen him out of his hip, gets a little shorter and more restricted off from hip to hock when we get him set in motion. But when you get that guy propped up, he's built really good. He's big-footed, he's big bone, he's opened up, he's really massive out of his rack in the lower one-third of his leg. We got in our heavyweight division, and I thought these were the fresher, more toned sheep in the division, the two different kind. We got the one that just has the big old rack over there, real shapely, dead level out of his hip and dock. You might want to elevate him out of his chest floor, probably see him a little smoother there at the base of his shoulder. We're getting picky on him, but just so massive, so tone and descript for that heavyweight deal. We got one that's a little different, one that you get in from behind him, he's as big pinned and big rumped as we have out here, one that I think's got some power, and got some balance and eye appeal when you look at him from the side. One that's a little plainer in his muscle pattern today. One that's just not really wanting to get and fire for that young lady, so it's hard to read him at times. But there's a lot of good in that sheep. That's how I see them today. Like I said, it's an honor and privilege to be asked to come evaluate these sheep. It's an honor and privilege to get to work with the young men and women here in Eddy County. It was a blast to get to sort through them. Let's give them one more round of applause for a job well done.
Your grand champion market lamb was Kaylin Klein, and your reserve champion market lamb was Bryce Bain.